This is a day in the life of a dog groomer at Grand Style Dog Grooming in Tampa, Florida. If you want to see what really goes on behind the scenes in a pet grooming salon, join our all-day, everyday live streams Monday through Saturday. All right, let's get busy. Hi guys, I am here with Rocky the Maltipoo, and he's going to get shaved down into a wash and wear haircut. Right, Rocky? You're a good boy. Yeah. So I took the pad off my table because he's got really muddy feet and I didn't want to get it all muddy. I am going to go ahead and clip it off before the bath though, even though he's muddy. Because washing and drying all these mats is not fun. All right. He was a few minutes late getting here, so we got a late start. His skin feels really warm and looks pink, so I would assume that he's got some allergy issues going on, which might make him itchy after the hair comes off. Many times they're itchy before the hair comes off, but the hair helps to protect the skin. Once the hair is removed, then they have easy access to their skin, and that's when they can really do damage with their toenails to the skin. He's got a red spot and a scaly spot right here. You can probably see that, it's dark colored. Got scaly spots here. His skin rolls up when I shave across the back, like tightens, like it's itchy. Got black and scaly spot here that's kind of balded. This clipper is really great because the blades don't warm up on it. They're not metal blades, they're more of a plastic material. They work really good. And you can typically do, say on a matted shave down like this, at least 3/4 of it, sometimes all of it, before the blade even begins to warm up, which is really nice. You notice something I never use when I'm working is like a clipper cooling spray. Ever. And never have. I never saw the purpose. Because number one, if you spray a warm blade, it warms right back up. It like cools it for a second, but it warms right back up. So it gives you a false sense of security there. But it also leaves the blade wet with the spray, which makes the hair catch up in the teeth, which causes lines. And that wetness gets right on the dog's skin, so you're putting that chemical, as soon as you spray the blade, right on the dog's skin. A far better option is to have enough blades to rotate them. So as soon as, ooh, he's got a really good one here that's going to be really itchy. So these dogs get these brown spots on their skin. They're like adhesions onto the skin. This one's actually scabby up under here. These brown adhesions on the skin during allergy season is a yeasty like substance on the skin, and it doesn't wash off. So it looks brown, but it's usually not a scab. It's like a yeasty patch. And those yeasty patches are extremely itchy. And even using medicated shampoo, they typically do not lift off and they stay itchy. I only have had one dog of my own who gets those during her allergy seasons, and that's my Yorkie Gidget. The way I manage it at home, and I'm not giving medical advice, you can see how red this is. He's going to really scratch up under there. The way I deal with those at home for my dog, and again, it's not medical advice for you guys, but I use either a spray or a mousse. So my favorite is the Myconazole mousse, and I put it on daily. So I find any of the little brown spots. He's got some scabbiness and redness here on the ear. I put it on the brown spots daily and rub it in while she's getting her teeth brushed in the morning. And it usually takes 4 days of daily treatment to start to dissipate those spots. And I found that I can manage her allergies beautifully. This is the first year I've really been successful with managing her allergies, because if these brown spots stay, these kind of yeasty spots, if they stay, they continue to scratch at them. And they usually stay through the whole of allergy season and then kind of go away later. I also follow that with a Myconazole shampoo once a week, and she soaks in it for 10 minutes, followed by a Zymox conditioner. And I rinse it off, the Zymox, even though it's like a leave-on conditioner, I rinse it off of her. Good boy, Rocky. Because it leaves her hair kind of coated, and I don't like that. I like nice clean coat. It's easier to maintain. It attracts dust and stuff less. All right, so I never go shorter than a 7 blade unless it's on the legs, and the legs are so tightly matted that there's no other choice. If a dog was ever so badly matted that it needed to be shaved with a 10 blade, I would refuse service and refer the dog to an animal hospital that offers grooming. And it's not that the groomer at the animal hospital would be better than me at handling that 10 blade. The main reason is most often there's going to be good irritation to the skin. And if, not good, but a lot. And if the groomer at the vet does it and the dog needs veterinary attention afterwards, then that veterinarian can cover the expense, not me. Because it's not my fault that a dog needs a medically necessary shave down. And that's what I would consider that. Because it's a high risk groom. And with this dog's apparent allergy issues, he'll probably break his skin once he starts scratching at himself too, now that the hair's out of the way. But a 7 blade leaves a bit more coating. And one of the reasons why a 7 blade is safer, because when you're going through the mats, you have to pick through them, which tends to lift the skin up into the blade just a bit. And what happens then is the skin can become easily scraped. And the scrapes you can't see, they're really micro fine, but they're there. And that's where infection can set in and really make them itchy. So leaving a slight coating of hair, in my opinion, is far better. I also don't shave matted ears. Again, if a dog comes in with ears that are so badly matted that there's a risk of creating hematomas on the ears due to shaving them off, I refuse service. Plain and simple. Because that makes it a high risk groom. And I don't want to cause injury to a dog. Does the dog still need shaving? Yes. Again, I send it to an animal hospital that offers grooming. And, that's not shaming the pet parent. That's not making it difficult for that dog to get done. That's protecting me. And I'm going to protect me first. And believe it or not, I've been shamed by a lot of groomers because of that stand, because of my feelings on the subject. They're like, your job as a caring groomer is to take care of that animal in front of you. It is to do whatever is necessary to care for that animal. Okay, me caring for the animal is not wanting to injure it. And if I know the service that I'm providing is going to injure the animal, how is that caring for it? And then their argument would be, well, you have to get the hair off. You have to get the matting off, period. Yeah, somebody does. But I'm not the one who neglected the dog. And then their argument is you can't call it neglect because there could be reasons why the dog gets matted. Okay, that is true. There's mental health issues, there's money issues, there's this and there's that. But why should I put my livelihood at risk and end up paying $500 for a vet bill because I offered a service and then have to refund them the money? That doesn't make sense to me as a business owner. But this dog is not a high-risk situation like that. This dog is just a regular shave down. It's not as bad as all that. just talking about the risks associated sometimes with shaving down dogs. So I'm scissoring the ears short and chunking off the mats. Let's see. Here we go. So I saw a court case the other day speaking on exactly this. Somebody brought a dog in really matted. The pet groomer did her due diligence. And this is why I do this as well, because you can do your due diligence. You can tell the pet parent of the risks associated with groom. You can have them sign a consent form saying that they know these risks, that the dog may need veterinary attention afterwards, blah, 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 right? They don't hear you. They immediately, their hackles go up because they're like, oh, you're going to injure my dog, you know? But they get it done anyway because they feel like they have no other choice, or so they say. So I saw this court case the other day. It wasn't a Judge Judy one. It was another one. I can't remember her name. But anyway, the pet parent brought in a very matted cockapoo. And the groomer had her sign a release form, told her the ears are so matted, the dog may develop hematomas on the ears. We're going to have to shave her super, super close, which could cause skin irritation, the risks of nicks, cuts, burns, etc. Because that's just the fact, right? The pet parent signed the release form, agreed to the terms, and then tried to sue the groomer because the dog went home and it was rubbing its back end, started shaking its head in the middle of the night. When they start shaking their head, they end up with what we call hematomas on the ears. And there's a couple types of hematomas from shaking their head. And the head shaking caused the type of hematoma that allows a little bit of blood to pool at the bottom of the ear. Then it starts to seep through. And when they shake their head and shake their head and shake their head, whacking the ear leathers back and forth, the blood will come out the end of the ears. And that is one type of hematoma. Another type that they get when they shake their head excessively is where the blood vessel opens up and the ear gets all puffy, and then it has to get lanced and release the pressure. Sorry for ruining your breakfast. But that's just the fact of it when you have to shave badly matted ears, right? Which is why I try to always keep some hair on them, even if I have to demat them. And some you can't, and that's why I refer those out. But anyway, so this groomer was smart. She brought a veterinarian friend with her, and she had the release form in place, and she was very quiet and respectful. But she not only had to give up her whole day of business to go to court, she also had to bring the vet with her. So I'm sure that cost her a pretty penny, right? So she still lost, but she won the court case because she had a release form. Had she not had the release form, she would have lost, right? And that's because she wouldn't have protected herself. But that being said, this pet parent was warned. They signed the consent form. They were told the risks, says your dog is matted, this is what we're going to have to do, and she still sued. And that's why I won't do it. It's not like, yes, I have release forms, but I'm not going to go to court over this crap. You know, I'm just not. I will protect myself. So he's got a lot of those brown adhesions inside his leg. Another thing that I've gotten feedback from clients on these brown adhesions, these yeasty adhesions to the skin, is they think you don't get their dog clean. And they're like, I brought my dog in for grooming and his stomach's still dirty and I want you to wash him again. And I'm like, yeah, no. Because that's not dirt. And you could scrape that skin with your fingernail and you're not going to get that off. It is adhered. So I'll show you what I'm talking about. You see that brown? That's not dirt. That's yeasty adhesions that's really itchy. I know, Rocky. You're a good boy. All right, let's get him in the tub. I've done Rocky all his life. He's a good puppy. And his pet parent's a really good person. They used to get their dogs done very regularly, and there's been reasons why they're not. So, no shame there. So to help prevent him from being itchy, it wasn't my Conazole shampoo I was talking about in Moose. It's my Cana Hex. I'm going to use that on him. I'm going to let him soak in it for a few minutes. And then for him, I'm going to follow it with Episoothe conditioner. It's really soothing. So you can really see this spot now. Once they get wet, those spots really stick out. This dog lives on a farm and he's always out in the pasture with the horses and stuff. Him's a little farm doggy, aren't you? But that court case made me remember to make sure I have my release forms signed. So here you can see the adhesion here. And even with medicated shampoos, they're not going to lift off in one sitting. Again, 4 or 5 days back to back. I've had veterinary dermatologists recommend doing the medicated shampoo once a day for 2 weeks on stuff like that, and it worked really, really well. But I find just hitting each spot with the mousse is just as effective rather than doing the whole dog. All right. Let him soak, and then I'll go clean my table and clean the blades so that they're ready to finish him. Come on, Bubba. In you go. So I brought Miss BB with me today. She goes to class tonight. And if I have time, we're going to tidy up her trim. When I'm preparing a dog for any type of show, I personally like on my own dogs to trim them weekly, give them a haircut every week so the hair looks perfect by show day. So dogs who get those type of presentations on their skin, that's almost always environmental allergies. And those type almost always pop up just during the dog's main allergy season and then stay stuck there for a while unless you do something about it. Different types of allergies present different ways. So food allergy is going to look a whole lot different than environmental allergies. So you guys notice I almost always use a paw mat. One of the main reasons is dogs' toenails do this on this table. Tools sound like this. And even though it's got some grooves in it, it's kind of slippery for the dogs. So when I use the paw mat, things sound like this. And dogs' toenails sound like this. And that makes the dogs much happier to be worked on. Dogs don't like clanking or banging noises at all. So we're also taking Riley the Lhasa to the training classes. And Riley, because it's an indoor facility, it's big and they have agility going on and dogs barking and clanking stuff from the agility equipment. Riley has been apprehensive about the environment, which is the whole purpose of the training classes. And, you know, it kind of desensitizes him to it and gets him working in that environment. But he has not been happy going. So we're coming up with a plan B because he doesn't want to put his tail up because he's nervous. And so last week his dad took him in after I did, and he moved beautifully for his dad with his tail up because he felt safer in that environment with his dad than me. So we're having a backup plan that his dad might end up showing him instead of me. We'll see. We've got 2 more weeks of classes. Plus, it's an outdoor show. So even at the outdoor show, we have two shows in one day. So I'll show him the first time, and if he doesn't do well with me, then Dad will take him in the second time. and his mom will be there too, but she hurt her knee, so she's not taking him in. So we'll see. He may do great tonight, now that he's been there a couple times and he's settling in. When I move him here in the shop, his tail's up. It's just there. He feels safer with his pet parent, which makes sense, right? Because it's their dog. All right. Give him just a couple more minutes on the soak time. So I'm just unpacking some pee pads while I'm waiting on him to soak. Getting them stacked up on the shelves. We go through a ton of pee pads around here. Do you know I spend about $100 a month on pee pads for the shop? But it's handy to just roll them up and throw them away while we're working. Saves a lot of cleanup time. Alright, we'll go ahead and get him rinsed now. Zum zum. All right, Rocky Roo. Let's go. There we go. You have to rinse a dog with its hair cut off as much as you do a long-haired dog, maybe even more. It's actually easier to leave a soapy residue on a dog without hair, because you can really feel it in the dogs with hair, but you can't feel it so much on a dog without hair. And you think it doesn't take that long. And that's one of the reasons why conditioner as a second step is really important too, because it gives you a double rinse. I've been surprised too in the number of dog groomers in grooming groups that have gone to the number 10 blade as a shave down blade. I'm like, no, just no. I would never. Sometimes I'll use it on like a Schnauzer's pattern, but they typically have thicker skin than, you know, some of the other dogs. But even so, I wouldn't shave the whole Schnauzer with the 10. You get into the cowlick areas and it actually cuts like a 30 because it's going against the grain in some of those areas. It's just, I wouldn't do it. All right, while the conditioner is soaking on, I'm going to brush his teeth. Dadgummit. I forgot to unpack some toothbrushes. I'll brush his teeth later. So you can see, even with 10 minutes of soaking, those brown spots did not come up. Good puppy. All right, put him up for a minute and get my toothbrushes out. Toothbrushes are also another thing I spend a fortune on in here. And when I'm preparing them, I get out my daily amount and I open up the edge, because trying to open them up with wet hands is a pain. So I get them all started, but they're all individually wrapped and fresh for every single dog. Keep them in a tall glass jar over here. There, that ought to do it. All right, Rocky, let's go get your teeth brushed. Come on, my man. All the horses are going to say, who's this doggy? That's not our Rocky. Good boy. That. Good boy. This is disinfectant. Morning. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. That's very good.
boy. You're fine. He's a good boy, Rocky. You feel better? Mm-hmm. You feel better?
So when a dog gets shaved short like this, and especially one that goes and hangs out in the pastures while the pet parent's doing farm chores, when they're really short, the skin's exposed to the sun. You know, it's a good idea to put a t-shirt on the dog. T-shirts are really inexpensive. You can buy them in bulk on Amazon, like 6 in 1 pack. They're really lightweight. Put it on the dog. It's a natural sunscreen. Or not a natural sunscreen, but you know what I mean. It's a sunscreen. Their hair is their natural sunscreen. But it's just smart until at least they get a ½ an inch of hair or a good 1/4 inch of hair on them. A coating. I've only groomed 2 dogs in my career that developed skin cancer. And one liked to sit on the top step of the pool. He was a Shih Tzu Poodle mix. And his hair was not cut that short. He was in more of a teddy bear trim. A little tighter on the trunk of the body and longer on the legs. But because he sat wet in the sun, and he was spotted, so he had light patches and dark patches on his skin. He got skin cancer in one of the light patches. And it did end up killing him. By the time it was finally diagnosed, he had symptoms, but the vet was disregarding them until the very end, and then he's like, oh, that's what it is. You know, dogs get lung cancer too. I've known a few dogs with lung cancer. It's okay. Uh-uh. Uh-uh. Good boy.
Oh, he's a good puppy.
I saw we have Mika the Pomeranian on the schedule next week. I think on Monday. I always look forward to Mika. Cutest doggy in the world. Next to Gidget. Living with my Yorkie Gidget. All you gotta do is walk through the house and look at her and you smile. Her little face is the cutest thing. Seems like we've got some late clients. Let's see, today. Kat's doesn't get here till 8:30 and mine's running late. Hey Kat, I heard a call come in a minute ago. Can you check it and see? It might have been my client that's running late. Which worked out because this one was 15 minutes late. And if that one's 15 minutes late, it'll all balance out in the long run. Which is fine. Do you know how to check messages on that phone? Okay. Can you see who it was that called? Do the initials start with VW? We don't want to say the name because we're live streaming. Okay.
And the other one was from Zoe Fado from a little earlier.
Okay. Let's see here. So I guess she's going to be a no-show. It's 8:19. Let's see if she booked another appointment and she didn't confirm it either. Ugh. That's okay. I have Baby here. I can give her some work. All right. Well, I'll give her 10 more minutes and then I'll cancel her. And start Baby. So I'm not going to put a bandana on him because he has these itchy spots on his neck. I don't want anything to get him scratching. Good baby.
Good boy. Yes. He's a good boy. Yes, he is. You feel all good now? Hmm? Does you feel all good now? Yeah. Yeah. He feels all good now. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Good boy. Yeah. See, that wasn't so bad.
Good boy. So the final thing I'm going to do is check his back nails. Make sure they feel really smooth. Because if he starts scratching and there's any sharpness to the nails, they're going to scratch the skin immediately. And once that happens, that's when they start scratching excessively. I was looking for another nail drill. This one I have is great, and it's good to have backups in case one needs charging or whatever, so I can keep rolling. I went through a bunch of them. I was almost tempted to just get the same kind that just died on me in 8 weeks for $100 and something because I like the design of it. And I was looking at a bunch of them, And I couldn't tell if they just had an on-off switch that left the setting in place, because speed is important to me. You know, and just fluid, just go, because I do so many dogs. I couldn't bring myself to do it, though. I went through a bunch of them, and I just couldn't find one that I was willing to bite the bullet on. I did notice a brand called Medical. Very expensive. This one I'm using is about $300 and something. And the Medical ones run anywhere from $350 to like $500. And I'm like, dang. So they're brushless. This one is designed so it doesn't generate heat. And I'd assume the Medical ones are as well. But since I've already got an expensive one for my backup, I'm not willing to go there just yet. But if this one ever goes down, I might try one of those. I love this one, but you have to hold it for a few seconds to turn it on. So you have to sit there with your finger on the button and wait and wait and wait. Then you have to turn the dial to get it set, which means you have to let go of the dog, turn the dial, get it set. And it's like every single dog. And that's just a minute per dog, but a minute per dog at the end of the day is 10 minutes. And I can do a lot in 10 minutes. So I don't like wasting 10 minutes. And I also like to be able to just push the button and go with it already preset, not letting go of the dog, holding the button, turning the dial. It's like, and a lot of the ones that I was looking at that looked like they were pretty good seem to have the same design. So it's like, well, I'll keep looking. All right, I'm going to go text his dad, get cleaned up, and oh, here's a dog. 30 minutes late. There you go, buddy. Hi.
I think I might have had a mix-up on the time.
Yeah, she was scheduled for 8.
I'm sorry.
Hi, Burmy.
I don't know why she shakes. Did you know the last time she was here, she got fleas afterwards, like little fleas. So
Not from here.
it just happened to be like the next day. So, and I'm not pointing fingers or
Yeah.
anything. I just wanted you to know that maybe something happened. So she was just like chewing all over the place when we looked, and I got pictures of them.
Yeah.
Anyway,
My dogs
just
come in here every week. One of them comes twice a week.
No
They're not on
problems?
flea meds, nothing.
All right.
99.9% of our dogs never have fleas, and
Okay.
you can tell that through my live streams.
We know.
Because-
We worked with you for a
Yeah.
long time. So.
Yeah. So
All right.
it's highly unusual.
Yeah, I know. It might have just been. Anyway. All right, the usual. You want me to take that?
Yeah, you can keep that.
And I'm sorry about my tardiness. It's my fault.
All right, pretty girl.
All right.
Thank you.
About an hour?
Well, she's going to run into another dog that they're not very forgiving on pickup times, so I may have to do some on her and start him and go back to her. So I can text you as soon as she's ready.
Okay, I'm sorry for the delay.
No problem.
Bad way to start the day. I'm sorry.
Thank you. All right, get her straight in the tub in case she has fleas today. Can you take that, Cat? Just have him write it down on the pad. I didn't mean to take the mic up there with me. apologize for that. I have to switch them before I go up front. I was going up front to text somebody and and can you text Rocky, the multi-poos owner, that he's ready, please? It's okay, baby. So I'm going to use a flea shampoo on her, just in case. And let her soak. Good girl, Burmy. Hi, honey. I thought I explained to this client last time to not expect their dog to be ready in an hour. I need to make that clear because every time they drop off, they say, pick her up in an hour. I prefer that people plan for at least an hour and a half, up to 2 hours for the small dogs. That allows for fluctuations in the schedule, for people arriving late, for dogs who need soak time, for medicated shampoos. Sometimes I have back-to-back soak times, which can set me behind anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes all by itself. Sometimes clients need to talk. Sometimes I have clients come in asking questions about our services and need time. Sometimes somebody wants to book 6 appointments in a row. All these things set me behind. So being dogmatic on that 1 hour is so stressful for me. I don't see any fleas, so I'm only going to let her soak 5 minutes. If I did actually see fleas, I would let her soak 10. Good girl. You wait there. So as I told that client, my own dogs are a great gauge of my facility because the dogs that I have right now have gotten a flea preventative once in their life. And that was after I had 2 infested dogs come in, and that was, gosh, when they were a year old. And that was just as a precaution. So she can't have any toys or anything she can tear up in her kennel. She eats them. So being my own dogs, like BB's been in here twice a week, and the other 2 come in one, or all 3 of them come in every Saturday. They never pick up anything, ever. And you see all the weekly and bi-weekly dogs I do, they never have anything. So for a dog to have picked up a lot of baby fleas in my salon, I just don't think so. All right, let's clean up this. So that being said, as I always mention, January is the prime month of the year for fleas, all through January, early February here in Florida. So anything can bring fleas into your house or into your yard, like say if you have possums and stuff like that that go through your yard, or stray cats, they can. And they said they were little tiny fleas, which would have meant they just had a hatching. So all you have to do is have a stray cat walk through your yard and shed off some of those eggs, and then you have a hatching right during prime flea season. That is not unheard of. The reason why flea season is in January, early February in this area is because to hatch, fleas need 60 to 80 degrees for the temperature Fahrenheit, and they need high humidity. And that is exactly what we have in the Tampa, Florida area in January and early February. The summertime, it actually gets too hot to hatch fleas, except indoors in your house, because you keep your house the proper temperature. So they breed better indoors year round, but outdoors is January, early February. Another thing I like to show in my live streams is the fact that we do clean and disinfect between each dog. Making it far less likely, even the tub, making it far less likely that anything goes from one dog to another. And even my kennels have solid partitions between them, every single one. So you can't have, it's not like wire crates where you have a dog side by side to another dog and something might jump off one dog into another dog. We don't even have that. I mean, everything is thought of. If a dog does get by us that has fleas, before we put it straight in the tub, you know, immediately all the bedding's pulled out, thrown straight into the washing machine. The pee pads are wrapped up in a bag, tied up, thrown in the garbage can outside. It's like all due precaution. All right, let's go get her rinsed. Come on, honey. Or not. In you go. All right, baby girl, come on. That's a good puppy. I'm going to use the Episoothe conditioner on her as well. Especially after a flea shampoo, because that can be a little more drying than regular shampoo. Be sure she's not itchy. Does have a little bit of scaliness down on the lower legs. Looks like she's been chewing back there too because the hair's a lot shorter. Shorter than I normally trim it. Girl, let's brush your teeth. Ah, be good. Good girl. It's okay. It's okay. Ah, you're fine. It doesn't hurt a puppy to get her teeth brushed. No, it doesn't. Besides, if you bite me, I'd rather your teeth were clean. Stay. Good girl. That's it. Stay. Good girl. There you go. You're just fine.
girl. This is disinfectant.
Alright, so as predicted, the next appointment is unforgiving in time. She's going to be parked out in the parking lot waiting. So I'm going to prep him, wash him, towel dry him, dry Burmy, finish him, and then finish Burmy.
All right, Bubba. I know, I'm excited to see you too. These wiggle worms, we're going to put a harness on you. Yeah.
And it's his birthday. He's 5 years old today. I've been grooming him ever since he was an itty bitty baby.
Yes, he was an itty bitty baby.
And a lot of you guys saw his very first groom if you've been watching me for 5 years.
Yeah.
And he's one of those that did not like his head being done when he was a baby.
And he's like, no, 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 don't touch my head. Don't brush my head. Don't brush my head. No, don't want his head brushed.
So I do have some clients that are while you waits. While you waits are typically finished in an hour, but I plan it. So I know all my while you wait clients, and I try to make sure nothing's going to interfere with their time, because that is part of the plan. Usually they're out in the parking lot, and we're in Florida, so sometimes it gets quite hot, and they're in the car, and I just try to get them in and out. So his pads of his feet are really red and they're scaly in between. Again, it's allergy season. Totally normal in allergy season. I can't find the blade I'm looking for. No, I can't. Guess I'll use this one. Come here, bub. Good boy. I don't know who came in. I gotta go check. It might be somebody with questions. I'll be back. Alright, here's the dog showing up on the wrong day. She's gonna come back tomorrow. Zoom, zoom. Good boy. To the tub.
Good boy. He's a good boy. It's okay.
I'm noticing the tip of his ears are red too, just like the pads of the feet. Nothing serious, just allergies, probably. Not a vet, you can't diagnose it, but that's what I suspect. That's how it presents. Good boy. Okay, Bubba. Good boy. You have nice teeth for a 5-year-old Yorkie. Yes, you do. Your mommy takes good care of you.
Good boy.
All right, you get to roll around for a few minutes while I dry Burmy.
Hi, Burmy. Let's see here. Just one moment. I've got to do something.
Welcome to Grand Style Dog Grooming in Tampa.
Hush. Go to the comments. Find Burmy. That was a 2-part video. Go back. Why was that 2 parts? Did I only do the... Ugh, I think I only did the cotons that day, didn't I? No, why didn't I have the whole day? That was the day I didn't stream the whole day. Bummer. So I didn't stream Burmy that day. Well, that's a bummer. I only did Bandit and Levi. Oh, that's because it was right before the interview. I was going to check and see how Burmy's bath went last time. Oh well. Back to it. on, sweetie. Aroma zoom zoom. All right, Murphy man, let's go. Good boy. Yeah. Good boy. Yeah. You silly. Yes, you silly dog. You silly dog. Yeah. I know. All right. I'll be right back. You're acting goofy today, Murph. What's the problem, huh?
one nail left to file. Yes, we do. He's a good boy. Come on. Got to that nail. Here, I told your mom you're a good boy.
He says I am a good boy. I'm just bratty. Just bratty, so.
It doesn't hurt. Everybody knows nail files don't hurt, so you're not fooling anybody. No, you're not.
Silly dog. You're a silly dog. Yes, you are.
So if your dog does things like that with their nails and other things, I have a video on how to train your dog out of that behavior pattern. And it works. You just have to do it diligently every day. It's not something we can train them out of in the grooming salon because we don't have them every day, but the pet parent does.
Yes, I love you. Yes, I love you. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Good puppy. Good. Good boy. Good boy. Yes, you good baby. Good boy. Won't you give me kisses? Won't you give me sweet kisses?
He's here with baby cat.
Silly boy. Silly boy, it's all just a game for you. Yes, it is. It's all just a game for you. Yeah. text your mom. Come here. Come here. Behave. All right, Murphy's mom's here. Go check him out. Say goodbye, Murph. So I gave Murphy a birthday toy. A cute little happy face Squeaky. I was going to give him a Lammy, but he already has one. Because Lammies are every dog's favorite toy. I've never met a dog that didn't like a Lammy. A lamb chop, I should say. In our house, we call them Lammies. And there's Lammies all over our house. It's the favorite toy.
Ammo, my dog takes his Lammy to bed with him every night, and he uses it as a pillow. And it's so cute when it's bedtime. He goes and finds his Lammy and just trots off to the bed with it, plops it down in his bed, and then head right on top. Every single day. For Burmy, I think we're going to use a 1/2 inch snap-on comb over a 30 blade. Try to match her back up with her legs since her legs are so much shorter. Let's do it. Burmy. Come on, honey. Good girl. Good girl. Girl. Come here. Good girl. Good girl. This way. I know you're fine. Do fine, Miss Burmese. Come on. I wonder how she got her name. Whenever a dog has an interesting name, I always am interested how they got it. Or what it means, if it's not common. So she does have flakes lifting up through her hair. Which may mean she's been itchy. Which is evident by the short areas that look chewed off. From here to here, here to here, here to here. And the same on the other side. When they do have shorter spots like that and they're not used to getting a short haircut, I don't try to match the body up with the short parts because then the dog would look shaved down. I just leave the short parts and let them fill into the longer hair. But I do try to balance out the look overall as much as possible too. I find that they grow in and look like themselves much quicker if you just let the holes catch up with the longer hair. Good girl. This way, this way. So during our question and answer session last night, one of the questions was how to get the hair away from the eyes if it's pushing straight down over the eyes, but the dog has full coat and full top knot. So I was thinking about that. Sometimes if it's a dog who exhibits dry eye and has to get daily medications, you know, more so even than a dog with allergies, the eyelashes and the hair around the eyes will come straight down and kind of paste onto the eye. That is a tricky issue. I'm not sure if that's the issue itself, but that in itself is a tricky issue. If that's the case, which is very common, even if it's on a full-coated dog, I completely take off the eyelashes because the eyelashes do nothing but paste onto the eye or come down and stick. And her dad's back. I guess he is ready to pick her up since it's been just longer than an hour and a half. So let me go tell him it'll be a few more minutes. I'll be right back. Be right with you. So her dad was asking about the flaky on her skin and asking for advice on it. So what a lot of veterinarians recommend is using an oil supplement for them, like with fish oil and amino acids and all that, to help make the skin more resilient. That's common of what I hear, but I also explained to him that a lot of times what happens is if a dog has been going through a skin issue, which it appears she has because of the way she's chewed on her legs, a lot of times once the skin is getting back to a healing stage and getting back to normal, it will slough off and you'll see all these flakes. So it could be a very temporary thing as it's getting back to its normal. And you always want to talk to your vet before you give them supplements, because if it's a dog who, say, is prone to pancreatitis or whatever, you don't want to increase the oils in their foods. So I've had 2 dogs of my own who had dry eye, and that's how I know about the eyelash issue with the dry eyes. And the little crusties that get around the eyes daily that you have to clean off with dry eye, that's really difficult when they have the eyelashes in place, because the crusties get stuck in the eyelashes and you gotta kind of pull them out as you're cleaning them, and that's uncomfortable. So I've just found keeping the eyelashes out of the way for those situations really help. I don't know if that's the case or not, but if it is, then even on a full-coated dog, I would do that. But we'll talk about that later when I have somebody that I need to skim off over the eyes to show you. I'm not sure when I'll have somebody that needs it, but I will point it out when I do. Not everybody gets it, not everybody needs it. Miss Broomy. It's a pretty Easter bow we made last night. So the nice things about my bows, because they're on elastics, really easy to take on and off, and it's fun to have them for holidays like Easter. If you have somebody coming over, take it off during the week, and when you have people come over, slip it back on. She'll be all dressed up for photos and fun, and then you can take it right back off again. All right, Miss Broomy. Say goodbye. See you next time. Sticking to my shoes today. charge my clippers. amazing how many little hairs. Those are all super tiny hairs that are left on your table after vacuuming. Can you imagine what my lungs look like? That's just from one dog. Yeah, I should wear a mask. But no, I won't. That's a good idea, Judith, to use a mascara wand to put on the gel. Only problem is, for me, disinfecting it. I guess it wouldn't be too hard though. Just soak them in some dish soap between dogs and then use the UV sterilizer and let them dry. I think I'll order some right now. Let's see, go to Amazon. Spoolies for eyebrows. Oh, they come in 100 packs for $4. I could throw it away after each dog. There's 500 pieces for $9.49. Like, looky here, guys. Look. Ha 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 ha. That's so cool. Which ones do I want to get? 500 for $9.49 sounds like a pretty good deal for what I'll be using them for. Okay. Buy now. Proceed to checkout. Actually, let's go get you guys off of this screen. Good idea, Judith. Thank you, thank you. That's a lot better than the little dipping sticks that I've been using to get them out so I don't double dip. Like, which I can still use those too. Okay, place my order. Done. They'll be here tomorrow. Nice. See, we share tips and tricks. Oh, I wouldn't be able to survive without Amazon. It's so hard to find things like that you can only find on Amazon. You can't find anywhere else. Right? All right, to the tub. Mia. Mamma mia. Mia still has her bow from last week on. Mamma mia! So Mia's one that I skim up over the eyes. So we'll do a close-up on that when it's time. Her whole eyelashes, and she doesn't have any allergies or any problems, but all this grows straight down on her, and I always have to skim it back with the blade. So we'll do it on her. And I'll do a close-up before I do it so you can see just how her hair grows and why I do it. And it's only got 2 weeks worth of growth there, and it's already coming straight down. But it is risky. You're taking a clipper straight up over the eyes, but it's less risky than using scissors to do it. Because if you tried to do it with scissors, even blunt tip scissors, they're still sharp. You have to get way in close, and that's risky. So I find the blade to be my safer option. And if it's just baby hairs that have broken off that are a problem with a full coated dog, what I would do is do just like when I do a puppy top knot. So I use 2 bands up front, right over the eyes, and I hold those baby hairs up by going from the center to the first corner of the eye and putting the band right there. Not the corner of the eye, but the first, from the center to the first quarter of the eye back. Not the middle of the eye and not this corner of the eye, but right there. And that'll hold the baby hairs back as they grow back out rather than cutting them. Because if you cut them and it's just baby hairs you're dealing with, you're going to regret it. Because it takes forever to grow back out. So what I'm going to do for this one is the same thing I would do for dry eye. Sorry, Mia. So basically I'm just talking about all the different scenarios where you might need to trim closely over the eyes. And for Judith's question about the cottony hair growing back after a body's been clippered on, say, a silky coated dog, if you want to struggle through it, it would take 6 to 8 months for the coat to natural back out. So if you want to suffer through it, basically by treating it like a change of coat, when a dog is like 9 to 12 months old, they go through a change of coat and it's really hard to keep the long hair. It takes a lot of work. Basically, if you're growing a dog back out from a clipped shortcut and you're trying to get its hair back silky again, you're going to experience the same type of matting problems that you would through a change of coat, is what I'm trying to say. So, and it lasts longer because the coat texture's been altered. But if you wait it out, the coat will go back to its silky state after a period of time. So if you haven't cut her down yet, and you're definitely wanting to go back to a full coat, then you're going to see probably mats every day or so that you're going to have to get out. But it'll settle down. And it's not just in dogs who've been shaved down that you'll see that. In some breeds, like say the hand scissored curly coats, like Bijans, and some poodles. If we keep them hand scissored to say less than 2 inches, 1.5 inches or less, then the coat's really, really soft and feels really nice to the touch. And so one example is 2 Bijans that I used to do. They got hand scissored Bichon trims. It's just the mailman. And I kept them at a nice maintenance length. Well, then JR, the Bichon, won Best in Show at Westminster. And they saw how full his coat was. So they wanted to get their dogs even fuller, which was fine. They took amazing care of them. Beautiful dogs. They came every 2 weeks. And they were never matted, you know. So we grew the hair fuller. Well, then the pet parents started complaining that the dogs' coats were dry. And I didn't see anything at all wrong with the coats. And she's like, but they're just dry. And so when she said that, I touched the coat and all she could feel is the coarse guard hairs. So once you let the coat grow out to a certain length, say on a curly coated Bichon with nice coarse guard hairs, when you keep it trimmed to this length, super soft, you get it out to here, you've got much more prolific guard hairs that are being felt now. And the coarse guard hairs feel dry. And I see that with some of our poodles as well when clients grow them into a nice full trim, or even the doodles. If you let them get out to a certain length, you're going to have the coarse guard hairs built out in the hair, and you're going to feel them. My dog Ammo, his coat gets like that. BB's does not. She's got a very soft coat, and he's got a coarse, really nice coat. Very thick. And it's interesting to say, so if I shaved Mia down, as she starts to grow back, it'll look kind of even at first, and then in about 6 weeks, the guard hairs will be sticking up at least 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 an inch taller than the softer hair. And a lot of times when we shave them down and they come back in and they're growing back in, all we do is snip off those guard hairs, and then it all starts to grow out normal. So if I have one of those come in, I'll point that out to you guys who watch regular, so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. But when they're hand scissored like her, the coarse guard hairs really don't come up past the softer curly hair. It's all interesting. When you handle so many of them, you see the little differences between each coat type and each dog and each breed. There's various types. And it's very fun for me. Probably boring to you guys. I could talk about it all day.
not the baby.
as I go to trim her eyes. Like I said, she's only got 2 weeks growth. But if you look closely, you can see that from here down, that hair grows straight down over the eyes. And I keep it cleared away. Still kind of hard to see because she's so black. Let's see if I can get us in closer. So here you can see, if you look really closely, the hair is growing straight down. And because it's a bulk of hair, not just the eyelashes, but a whole bulk of hair, if that is let go, then it ends up just completely covering her eye and rubbing on her eye. So that's why I skim it off. So I prefer the 5-in-1 style blades for that. I'm going to put it on a 15. Bring you up a little bit here. There. So when I do it, I just come with my blade centered so that the edge of the blade is way past the corner of the eye, and skim up. That way it clears out all that hair and opens up the eye. And that's all I do for that. And here on the table you can see the amount of hair. Maybe. That was just over the eyes, so it was quite a little bulk of hair for 2 weeks growth. So I typically do that about every 2 weeks with her. And in my opinion, the lack of having the eyelashes there doesn't affect her near as much, and they're not completely gone, but it doesn't affect her near as much as hair rubbing on her eyeball that's growing straight down on the eye. To me, that's far more irritating and far more of a problem. Good girl. Come here. You're all right. I know I normally don't do this, but I'm going to give it a go.
You're a good baby.
She's so funny the way she has to stick her nose on mine when she gets, sorry, I've had my volume turned down. I didn't mean for that. She's funny the way she has to stick her nose on mine when she gets blow dried. Makes me laugh every single time. It's just a habit she has. Good girl. It's terrible. Miss Suzanne's so mean to you. So just like we were talking about on the dog who had chewed some of the hair off her legs, I do the same thing when they've had an IV spot. I let the short hair grow out to the long hair rather than matching the long hair to the short hair. I find that they look better much quicker than if you cut it all down and try to match it. Usually within 2 months we can blend it. After it's been shaved. Good girl. So we were talking about the coarse feel of the hair. Another example of that, which this is an extreme example of somebody feeling the coarseness on the dog's coat. So I follow a grooming group, a do-it-yourself group for poodle owners. And there was an irate customer in there who had taken their dog to be groomed. And it's a dog that was 13, 14 months old. And she let him have very long hair. and she had gotten sick, and her brother had to take the dog to the groomer, and they dematted the dog. And so when they dematted the dog, you could feel the coarseness of the hair. So you had the balance of the dog's age. He had just gone through a change of coat, standard poodle, so they have a bit more coarse guard hairs. He had just gone through a change of coat, so he was getting his adult coat. He had been dematted, which means that a lot of coat is lost, and typically the coat that's lost is the softer coat. And the coat gets somewhat damaged from excessive brushing. So when she got the dog back, she was adamant that they had fried the dog's hair with the dryer, saying his hair was burned because she could feel the crispness on the coat. And there's a lot of groomers in that group, and they're like, no, that's not what happened. And there was a lot of argument back and forth that the groomers had burned the coat. And she was just adamant. She was not going to let it go. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So that's an extreme version of when you can feel that crisp texture to your dog's coat. By a pet parent who didn't understand change a coat, getting coarse guard hairs, dematting, and all those things, and how they all play into it. And I was heartbroken after that post, because I joined in on that post, and then there was one other in there after that that caused me to leave the group, because the groomer hate was so extreme by a lot of do-it-yourself pet parents, and I just couldn't handle the groomer hate, and to be in there giving advice and tips, you know, to people who hate people who are in my profession. So I left. It's like, well, no more tips from me. Bye-bye. Because I was heartbroken. And I'd even said in the post, you know, I'm heartbroken by the attitudes of people towards this profession. It's not fair. We love the dogs. We love working on them. Especially on a post that was so flamboyantly wrong. I know, baby. That was actually what caused me to take down my grooming groups that I had built up. We were up to like 60,000 members in one of those groups. But, you know, the attitude, like, I didn't want to deal with that. That's not my thing. like a nice, relaxed, calm, peaceful life. Not a bunch of people who want to hate on other people. Go get her a bow. Scissors, I need scissors.
was like, I lost track of me. What's the approximate pick-up time for Skylar?
Skylar. 12:45. The equipment should be in today for the camera switcher, so I can take you to the bow room with a click of a button so that you can follow me there when I need to go there like I just did, instead of leaving you guys here. But even if it comes in today, I've got class tonight. There's no way I can hook it up tonight. So if it shows up today, I should be able to hook it up tomorrow night, and we should have it the following day. Maybe. I'm also going to put a camera switcher up for 2 of the kennel areas. So if I'm away from my table, I can flip you straight over to watch some dogs.
Mamma mia, bouncy, bouncy. Bouncy, bouncy. Give you some perfume because your mommy likes perfume. So earlier with Burmy, when I was so adamant about their dog not picking up fleas here, it's like, no. You guys see all the time dogs like Mia and Bo, always here, once a week, never a flea. Levi and Bandit,
always here, never a flea. Brahms, always here, never a flea. Like all my super regular clients, you've never, ever, ever seen a flea on. And my own dogs, who are always here every week, never see a flea. And that's how I can be so adamant about it. So this has little Easter eggs on it. And not for the dog to have a bunch of fleas. He said she had a bunch of baby fleas. Like, no. I can say it with complete and utter confidence. No. We don't have that problem. All right, we're going to go put Bo to soak, and then we'll come back and clean the table. So cute. Oh, it's you that poopied. I knew I smelled something. And I was looking for it too. Don't jump in it. Get back. Stinky. Clean up in aisle 3. Mm-hmm. Do you have a break before you have another dog come in?
Yeah, I've got about 30 minutes before.
I can split him with you. You can wash and dry him.
I was coming back there before and just all these little sweet little faces looking at you.
I know, right?
It's like the best thing ever.
When I split one with you and I don't already have it split on the book, you might want to go ahead and do that.
Okay.
So they don't get their check closed out without you getting your money. All right, to the tub. Tub. There it is. Bo's just a bath today. Bo. Come here, Bubba. His skin's been doing real good, so I'm just going to soak him while I clean up and then rinse him right away. if he gets really happy and excited, he snaps at your face, but it's not a mean thing. It's a cute thing. For dogs with chronic allergies, like yeasty kind of problems, I'll use this shampoo just as a maintenance shampoo in between flare-ups. It seems to really help keep problems at bay from getting too bad. It's like it doesn't eliminate them, but it maintains them.
Yeah, rainbow. Yeah, keeps you all nice.
And if I get halfway through to the shampoo and I find a crusty spot, then I'm like, ah, he's got to soak. But right now he looks great.
Yes, he does. He looks great. Good puppy.
All right, you wait there and I'll be right back. I've accidentally left my mic turned down a couple times this morning. I apologize for that. I'm not on my game. What am I doing? Phone. Hello. Bo. Come here, Bubba. I'm surprised they had to put that on this conditioner in the warnings. It says not for octic use. Meaning it's not to pour in your dog's ears. Like, seriously, they had to put that. It's like McDonald's saying, the coffee is hot. So that means somebody out there poured the dog conditioner in the dog's ears and then got mad about it, that it caused an ear infection. Good boy. When a dog's nails are done weekly, it takes next to no effort at all to keep them this short. Just a light bumping with the nail grinder will keep them perfect. It's your mommy. Let's go see if we have a bandana made. If not, I gotta make you one. You wait there, I'll be right back. Just turn my mic off so I don't take you guys to the front. Don't want to do that. Okay. I hear your sister. She knows your mom's here. And she's all the way in the back. And your mom's all the way in the front. What does she know? Say goodbye, Boo. Hi, I'll bring them right out. Yeah. I just finished them. Perfect timing. Wow, that is nice. Thank you so much. They do know. They know what you need. Thank you, you too. Zoom, zoom, zoom. So next up is Skylar, the Yorkie. Who gets a wash and wear haircut. Alright. So Greta says she has updated photos of Sunny. I wonder if she posted any. Did you post any? Oh, what a pretty picture. Let's see, Messenger. Oh, there she is. I'll show you guys. There's Sunny. She's pretty. Let's see. She's really pretty. Be right there. Thank you. I'm wondering if they ship this in an ice pack. So, you guys remember I told you, she's really pretty, Greta, by the way. You know how I told you I got one of my really old cookbooks out for a bread recipe. And in the really old cookbooks, it says to use yeast cakes, not the dried yeast like we use today. So, it's really expensive to get yeast cakes, but I wanted to try it anyway. Because when I was reading about it, it sounds like the flavor and the strong yeast smell, which I really like when you're baking bread, would be so much better. So it does have ice packs, I think. The ice packs are melted. And they used the stuffing things that are made out of popcorn. They smell so good you could eat them. It's still cold way inside here. That's good. But I couldn't find anywhere local that sells yeast cakes. And it was like $38 for this. So it's basically just an experiment. Fresh yeast. So you're supposed to use a whole yeast cake for my recipe, so I guess use the whole thing. It's got to be used by May 13th. 1 2-ounce cake equals 3 small cakes or 3 packets of dry yeast. All right, that's easy enough. It does have a strong smell. I was just curious. I'll probably still use the regular yeast unless there's that big of a difference, but I wanted to give it a go. I checked all the local stores, specialty stores. I had to have it shipped. You would think it would be kind of an easy thing to get, wouldn't you? I'm sure with some more investigation, I can find somewhere local that has it. And it might have been shipped from Canada. Who knows? Let's see. It came from Brooklyn, New York. From Web Gourmet. But now that I have a yeast cake and it tells how much dry yeast it equals, then I can make the old-fashioned recipe with the, because it didn't say how much yeast to use for that recipe. It just said 1 yeast cake. So now I know the conversion by the package. So if it's not that big of a difference, then I know what to do. That's a good point. A beer place might have fresh beer yeast. I don't want to go into a beer place though. There are some craft beer places in town though. There's a telephone. I'll be right back.
cute.
All right. Uh-oh, what happened? Nothing. All right. We've got 44 likes already today. Thank you, guys. That's nice. When I was reading the differences between dry yeast and yeast cakes, I was surprised that it sounds so much better. This weekend, I'm gonna make fried chicken and apple fritters and mashed potatoes. It's gonna be fun. I love cooking. And I'm going to use the apple fritter recipe out of the 1930s cookbook. All right, next up is Skylar. And he's already been washed and dried and had his nails done. Skylar, what you doing? What you doing, Skylar? How you doing? Are you excited? Are you excited, Skylar? Huh? You're the goofiest guy I've ever met. Yes, you are. Is that for me? I don't think so. Pretty sure that one's yours, Kat. All right. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. Boop, boop. Boop. Boop, boop. You're too much. You're too much. Yes, you are. Stay right here. Up, up, up.
Good boy. He's a good boy. Yes, you are. He's a good boy.
Isn't he a funny little guy?
Funny little guy. Yeah.
This client always ends up with dogs with the cutest personalities. Each one of them, they're different, but must be something to do with how she raises them because they're all so stinking cute.
Yeah.
She's been a client for 31 years. It's a long time.
No, no. You always do that and scare me. See, he's just fine. Nothing happened. He just does that.
He must remember being neutered or something.
Because he's always fine under there. Stop it. Goofball, come here. You've already been neutered. I'm not trying to neuter you again. No, I'm not trying to neuter you again. No, not. Are you going to get me now? Huh? Are you going to get me now? Goofball. You always scare me. Make me jump. Make me think I hurt you. And I didn't hurt you. No, I didn't hurt you. Get back here. Come on. Up, up.
No, we're going to do it.
Come on. Good boy.
Because his hair is not all black, I'm going to show you, because he needs a little bit skimmed off over his eyes as well. So I'm going to show you how I'm going to do that with him. I'm also going to use a 15 blade for him like I did with Mia. So here you can see how the hair is growing down over the eye there. I want to get rid of that, so I'm going to skim it. But the nice thing with him is his eyelashes are so much darker than Mia's that it'll show you how much of the eyelashes are left. So I'm going to take my blade. I'm just going to skim up. So I'm not putting it on the skin or near the skin. I'm using my finger here to kind of brace so that I can keep it steady and skimming up. Like so. Let's see if I can pull you in a bit closer so you can see the eyelashes better. Let's get him closer to the camera. Stay. So you can see his black eyelashes, and you can see he's still got them, but all the hair's been cleared away over the eye without it looking balded because I just skimmed it. And I didn't skim it like down on the skin, I just skimmed it up. So see if we can do it like with a little bit of a side view. So do it this way, not this way. So I'm coming like this far out off and going up. I'll be right back. You're right, Lydia. So a lot of times when I skim around the eyes, I don't even talk about it when I do it, because it's kind of a thing that I don't normally like to advertise that I do. Because I don't want people injuring their dogs or their clients' dogs if they're not super steady with their hands and have a really good feel for what they're doing. Stand. And most dogs don't need that. It's a very few that do.
My microphone turned down again. Ugh. Ugga bugga.
Your mom should be here any minute. Oops. Sorry. Good boy. And like I said, this client's been a client for 31 years. And for 31 years, she's had 3 different Yorkies. And all 3 Yorkies came every single month to get cut this short. So some customers really prefer a short haircut, you know? Some don't want it, others do. And if I left an 1/8 of an inch longer on this dog, she'd be like, short, short, short. That's what she always says, short, short, short. Winter, summer, spring, short, short, short. That's how she likes it. Yes, that's how your mama likes it. Isn't it? And that's why sometimes when clients instruct us to trim their dogs as short as we can take them, we listen. But we always clarify it first. Are you sure? Because I could go shorter than this. But you can see it's short. But then, although it looks really short, the comb disappears under it. So it's really tight, but there's still a coating of hair. Good boy. All right, let's say goodbye, Skylar. See you next month. We'll go. Next. You know, we were talking about fleas earlier today. What was that little dog's name? You'd recognize it if I said it. It was a cute little apricot poodle, and she'd get a cute little poodly trim, and she'd get red toenails. And she started coming in with fleas every single time. And after about the 5th time, and she had a lot of fleas, I told him that he needed to get the fleas under control or I couldn't groom her. So rather than getting the fleas under control, he found a new groomer. It's not that hard. But I don't care that he found a new groomer because I would rather him take his fleas to another groomer than me. Sorry, not sorry. That's like going to the hairdresser with lice. You wouldn't go to the hairdresser with lice, would you? People think that's a groomer's responsibility? I think not. They think that's what a groomer's for? I think not. She was a cute little dog too. Too bad. I mean, I know it's a little embarrassing, but when you try to coach a person time after time after time and nothing's being done, then you have to get a little hard-nosed about it and lay down the ultimatum. Of course, I should know you don't lay down an ultimatum with a man. I've learned that from being married for a very long time. You give a man an ultimatum. Yep, you're done. Sweet Pea. That was her name. All right, to the tub with cocoa bean. Come on, Coco. Up we go.
Good boy. You're my good boy.
This dog has become one of my favorites. He's such a funny, sweet guy. Very sensitive. But very smart. I could take him home with me. take a minute and start some laundry. I'll be right back. An option to the number one all systems invisible hold would be Velis. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Velis.com. Bring you guys up on the screen with me. This is Velis.com. Products. Satin cream. Velis satin cream, I believe, is it. Haven't used it in a long time. I'm pretty sure that's it. These look kind of neat. Yeah, it's Velis satin cream. It works the same for the top knot. Go back to page 1. Come on, that's not it. Oh, there it is. So this here works good on top knots. See, there's another one that works good too. There's a few options when you can't find one or the other. Let's see. This was the pishpad.com, I think. The Pishpad store. Sprays and styling. That's what I'm going to click on. They're not going to let me look at it unless I log in, which is the problem I always had. I find shopping here to be difficult, so let's just forget about them. Oops. Get off of there. No. Anyway. Hopefully there wasn't too much there. Let's see, who else has it? Another company that I use a lot for this kind of stuff is LaneyLTD.com. I think it's Fellas that they have on that. They just have Stick 'em Up. That's different. Stick 'em Up is just a, it's like a hairspray in a nail polish bottle that you spray, that you put on the hair. That's different. So they don't have it. All right. Well, that's about it. Let me try one more thing. Pet Silk has one. I've never used it. Picture Perfect is Show Premiums. So let's bring you guys back up on the screen without me making any mistakes. So Picture Perfect, this is something that I like a lot. That is at the Pishpad store. See, I don't know who else is carrying it. GROOMER shop is carrying it. Other places may carry it. This one's really good. I've never tried this one. And that's on Amazon. So I might give that a go and see how it works. So those are a couple of options. See, what's this one? That's latex bands. Anyway, those are options. What is this? An electric dog grooming comb. I've had clients tell me they use this. Like, oh no. Nope. That's a definite no. Like, what the heck? Okay, back to work. Definite nope. Which one do you like, Greta? The pet silk? I've used the satin cream, love it. It's very good. I used to sell Show Premium pet grooming products. I love them. That's very good. It's just hard to buy from, is what I find the issue to be. Um, I just never used the pet silk. Picture Perfect is awesome. All of the Show Premium pet grooming products are awesome. All right, back to work. I still have to. Judith says she doesn't like the pet silk. It would be more of a pet version of a product as opposed to a show version. And I like the show type products, they work best. All right, put in the laundry, then we're drying cocoa. Phone. And it quit ringing. Where are you going? Hmm? All right, come on. Come on. That little round table works great when they like to lean away from you, which she does. There's certain dogs that works really, really well for them. All right, so my next one, the pet parent does not like her to get a bath here. She washes her at home first, so she just needs a haircut. Good boy. Are you? Yeah. We gotta go get you a bandana. Yeah. Where you going? Get back here. You're always trying to leave. Yeah, you're always trying to leave, aren't you? Come on.
sleeping. All right, Coco, say goodbye.
I have a Samoyed named Ghost coming in today. It's a good name for one of those. Me either. I haven't groomed one in a good 30 years. Yeah.
The last time I did one was a time when I really regretted not sticking to my guns and insist on not doing it because it was a beautiful dog and the owner was insistent that she wanted it put down like to like an inch, I don't know, scissor maybe or something like that. And it looked awful, like it just didn't cut well that way.
Yeah.
Like it was
Not really the style of dog for that either.
no, it was like I tried to talk her out of six different ways and told her that the dog really didn't need it, but you know, I told her coat, I didn't think it was gonna look good, and she was like, no, that's what we want, that's what we want. And so at the end of the day, it's like, well, I guess I gotta do what you're asking me to do. And I could tell when she picked up that she didn't like the way it looked either, and I was sitting there going, I told you to stop doing this.
Yeah.
It's never gonna look good.
Right. Yeah, that wouldn't look good.
I was trying so hard to pull it together in some kind of way.
Oh, I remember this doggy. She's on your side today.
This one's on your side.
She is?
Still waiting for you.
Oh. I've got to change her description in the book. I never expect perfect ones.
You with that the dog with the one wing or you?
scheduled as a Morkie, and I'm always like, who's Zoe the Morkie? And I'm like, so I changed her description and thing to a cockapoo. Now I'll remember.
That's me the dog with 4 names the other day who was in as a Havapu or something, and then
Oh,
it
yeah.
was a
Did
long
you
name
fix it?
swallow.
I was wondering, why in the world do I have an hour and a half booked for a Morkie? And because I have it as our save time. So it's like, ah. Jump. All right.
The little one that letting herself in was running around. I recognize that face. Who's that one?
She is,
Oh,
give me a
I
minute.
can't remember.
I know it. I see you're talking about waiting lists for a toy poodle. One of BB's breeders is lovely, lovely, lovely. And she's the one where BB was actually born at her place. BB has 3 breeders in 3 different states, but the one who actually had her is, let's see if I can pull her up. This is her. And this picture here is BB's mother. Pretty sure. Unless she took another one. That one looks like a newer picture, but it looks like might have been BB's sister. Let's go back. Oops. She's a show dog handler, and she's got beautiful, beautiful dogs. That one, go to photos. See if we can pull up some of the poodles. She doesn't have many, but they're all related to BB. Go back a little ways. She posts a lot of her clients' dogs too. Don't see any of the poodle pictures. Anyway, if you're interested in toy poodles, she is lovely. Just trying to find some of the poodle pictures. There we go. So cute. See if I can find BB's sister. She's got darling poodles. Uh-oh, we have a loose dog. Isn't that cute? Looks just like BB, doesn't it?
Do you know where Coco's leash got off to?
Coco? Yeah.
Oh, you're too cute.
In a sensible place. Thank you.
trying to find BB's sister because BB's sister looks just like her. But I gotta go back a ways to find it. BB's sister's name's Delta Dawn. And then she also had Jolene. Some of the poodles at home. So anyway, if I were looking for another poodle, she would be my first choice. Not just because of the quality, but also, so this one's mother was Jolene, which is BB's litter mate. But also because of the way she raises them at home. She takes amazing care of her dogs, and they're all house pets, and they live inside, and they love her, and that's what is most important to me. So anyway, I can't waste any more time, but you get the picture. She would be my absolute first choice. She's got blacks and browns. All right, lunchtime's over. I took some of that blueberry jam and I put it inside my cottage cheese. It was so good. So the bloodlines on BB are Ziegfeld, Harton, and Foxmore. And the Ziegfeld Harton, the sire, is bronze grand champion Ziegfeld Harton Classic Rock, which goes back to Pomroth Rockstar. Beautiful, beautiful dog. Alright, so again, no bath on this one. And here I am talking with my microphone half down again. I've been doing it all day. Seems like I would get over it.
But no.
Be right back. Get over there for 2 days. All right, back to it. Sorry, guys. I turn it down for the vacuum and then I forget to turn it back up. My bad. I try not to blow out your eardrums with some of the sounds, you know? That's why you need a whole team running your live stream. Us one-man bands over here, we'd be screwing up. Speaking of poodle names, Ammo, his litter brother, is Grand Champion Ziegfeld Harton's one-man band. Cute little dog. His call name's Vito, and he lives in Italy. And he's so little. He's really stocky and chunky little poodle, but he's only 8.5 inches tall. Itty bitty. When I went to get Ammo, when I went to buy him, I was actually going to buy Vito, but I laid my eyes on Ammo and fell in love like instantly. So it ended up being Ammo instead. And Ammo was supposed to go to Russia, which is why he has an undocked tail. And she actually thought he was going to be too big to show in the United States. But he was going to be too little for Russia. So, like right in that. Because in Russia, they kind of like them around 11 inches tall. But in the United States, they can't be shown as a toy poodle unless they're under 10 inches tall. So, fun fact. Then the people in Italy really wanted Ammo, and I wouldn't sell Ammo. I'd already had him, but they really wanted him, so they ended up settling for Vito. Because they had another brown that was a very well-known brown champion over there, and he passed away, so they wanted another one just like him. And Ammo fit the bill. So they were like, can we please have Ammo? And I said, no, you may not. Oh, I didn't change the name. This is
Good girl. Get back here. Where do you think you're going?
Good girl.
Achoo.
Another day, another dog who doesn't want their nails done. It's the story of my life. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl.
He's a good baby. This way. You're unhooked. You can come over here. Yeah. See? See? Okay, you guys aren't going crazy. My microphone died. Come here. Turn. Is that your mommy? Nope. Be right back.
Thank you.
All right, Sophia.
dropping everything.
Jeez. All right.
I had Shih Tzu spelled wrong on Sophie. Yes, I know how to spell it. Let's see. Next up is Zoe. The mixed breed. And a puppy cat. We're going to put her straight into the tub.
Come here, sweetie petite. How you doing? It's all right, Sophie. Good girl. You're all right. That's a good baby. Sophie, you sound pitiful. Good girl. Good baby. Be right back. I got it.
Hi, Zoe, I'm coming. I didn't forget you. Come on. Upsy daisy. Oh, I know, it's terrible. Good puppy. Let's do the other side. Oh, it doesn't hurt you. No, it doesn't hurt you. Good girl. Good girl.
All right, shake it off, Missy.
Is he being a good boy? He's cute. What, about 4 months?
5 months.
Ah, I'm sorry. I made eye contact. Cat's working on a doodle. Puppy. He's very cute. So as a reminder, if anybody has questions, all you have to do is leave your question below any of my uploaded content, any video. I'm going to see it, and I'll answer the question there. Since I can't pay attention to chat. I try to check my comments once a day, and that's when I would answer any questions in the comments. Stay. Sweet girl. She's sweet puppy. girl. Good puppy. You almost got me. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. You're fine. It's okay. It's okay. Ah. Good girl. Good puppy. See, you're fine. Good girl.
He's a good girl. It's all right. It's fine. It's okay. I'm not gonna hurt that puppy. No. I'm not gonna hurt that puppy. It's okay. It's okay. See? Yes. It's okay. It's a good girl. It's a good girl. See? It's okay. I know. Not trying to be mean to you. I'm not trying to be mean to you. See? See? I know. It's okay. All right. Yeah. Good girl. Yes, you did it. You did it. You did good. Yes, it's okay. La-di-da-di-da-di-da. La-di-da-di-da-di-da. Good. See, you're just fine. Yes, you are. Just being a bratty puppy. Yeah. You're being a bratty puppy. Up, up. Turn, turn. Good puppy. It's a good puppy. Nana? No, stop. Good girl. Turn, turn. Turn, turn. You've got this. Good girl. That's it. That's a good girl. Stand. Wait. Dun dun. Dun dun dun. I saw this news clip the other day of these 3 dogs. 2 got out and 1 got away from the owner. And they got into a city park and they were attacking people. And the first man that they were attacking, the police got him away from the dog and got him locked in a cruiser. And the dogs went on to attack 6 other people. They sent 7 people to the hospital. And the video of the dog, the main dog who was jumping up biting people, that was the most relaxed, happy, waggling, all about just chomp, chomp. Like, he sent people to the hospital. And it would be like going to your friend's house and the dog's just loving all over you, but he was biting people. I've never seen such a relaxed, aggressive dog in my life. Like, oh my gosh. And I think they said 3 of the people were very serious injuries. But the dog just looked so fluid and like chill.
crazy. I saw one the other day and I showed my husband because it was crazy, and now my algorithm's pumping my feed with them, and I'm like, stop already. I don't want to see this. It's like you watch one for a few seconds, and I just played it over again a few times so my husband could see it, because that one was crazy.
I see you. No, you can't lay down right now. It's work time. It's work time, Missy ma'am. Yeah. It's work time. Yes, it is. There's a good girl. Come on. Good girl. Stand. Turn. Good girl. You good? Are you good? Oh, she's a sweet puppy. Oh, she's such a sweet puppy. I know. I know she's a sweet puppy. I bet you're so much fun to have around the house. Such a little cuddle bug. Yes, she's a little cuddle bug. Yes, you will. You'll learn how to get brushed. Yes, you will. It's gonna be just fine. Yeah. Dog germs. It's not my fault. Good girl. Good baby. Yeah, she's a good baby. Yeah, she's a good. Stop that. Stop it, kissing. Which one do I want? I think I'll go with this one. Good puppy. Girl. Good girl.
I was talking earlier about ways that you can ask questions if you have them. Another place you can ask them is in our Facebook group, which is linked below. I don't check that as often as I should, but when I do, I will answer questions there. Usually by the time I get off work, check our 3 different phone lines for messages, check 2 different phone lines for text messages, check our online booking thing for messages, go home, eat dinner. By then, there's no time for Facebook. But I do check it a couple times a week. So, and I do check the YouTube one daily, because I do try to keep up with that. But you know how it is with Facebook. If you open Facebook, you end up in this abyss of stuff being thrown at you. And you never end up getting to where you want to go. Can you relate? I should add that to my list of things I need to check, but it's not stuck in my brain yet. Has to be in my automatic routine, or it doesn't get done. It's amazing how many places I have to check for messages, though. And then that didn't include emails. And I've got a couple different email accounts that I need to check. One for Grooming Safer, one for the business, my personal. It's like, ugh.
Craziness. It's craziness.
All right, my next appointment is late. Don't trip. And forget Messenger. That's probably Facebook Messenger. That's usually the last thing I check, like ever. I might look at that once a week, which I should look at that more often too, but there's just too many things. One time I tried to quiet down all the noise, and I just got rid of as much as I could. And I cleared out everything. And then I got bored. It's like, I have nothing to look at, nothing to open. Like I had to shut down the Facebook completely, and I think it was for 3 months to clear it all out because of the issues I ran into with that last year. And So I had to close down all the accounts, clear them all out. And then it had to rest for a while before I could restart it. And it's like, dang, there's nothing to open up. There's nothing to do. I'm just over here bored. So I'm either too busy or I'm bored. There's no in between. All right, if Zoe's mom is watching, she is ready to go home. So cute. I think that's her mom out there, so I'm gonna go check her out. Say bye, Zoe. Isn't she cute? She did good. And her top knot on her neck. Alright, her mom didn't want the pom-pom collar because she thought it would get in the way of her regular collar. So we're going to put a bow on instead. Stay. No, you gotta stay. No, no, okay. Harness. Wait just a minute. Just a minute. Wait. Good girl. Wait. Let me see. Looks a little uneven. Hold your horses. Say goodbye, everybody. guys, I think I've been ghosted by a ghost. I was supposed to have Ghost here, and Ghost is not here. First time I've ever been ghosted by a ghost. That's why I always hate saying that I have this dog coming or that dog coming, because I never know what dog's going to end up here, you know? And the problem is I blocked out 2.5 hours for that dog. I could have done 2 full haircuts and a bath dog in that amount of time. But here I am saying all this. They might still show up, but I got class tonight, so I can't be late. But it is 4 o'clock traffic, and it's their first time here, so I'll have some leeway if needed. They might just be running late. I'm going to put you guys back by the tub for a minute so I can check my phone that I'm recording on, see if they left a message on this phone. sure which phone they originally contacted me on. I'm looking. It doesn't look like it was on this phone. So, get back to streaming. They sound very happy with the doodle cat groomed. I hear them out there saying, I love it. A happy doodle customer. She did a beautiful job. Cat always does a beautiful job. Always, always. Alright. So, let me go check my other phones. Thank you. Bye. Happy customer.
Happy dog.
I've never met an unhappy doodle puppy. They're way too happy.
You reminded me a little bit of when Cosmo, when he first started coming.
Yeah.
That was a similar. He was a little less crazy. Cosmo was a little up there, but
They look like they're going to be the same type of pet parent too. Perfect.
you heard that they used to own a whole bunch of dogs. She said they owned like 12 dogs at once at one point or something like that.
Oh wow. They're experienced. I cannot find the message for Ghost. Oh well. I can't find it. Email maybe. All right, well, that's that.
I'm not crazy though to tell them that that dog's probably going to get a little bigger than that. It's 5 months old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably not too big, though.
Yeah.
Maybe 35 pounds.
That's what I was thinking. She said that she was very adamant that she spent a long time picking a dog because she wanted a dog that wasn't going to get bigger than 15 pounds. And they told her this dog's not going to get bigger than 15 pounds. And she's like, no, he's not going to get any bigger than he is now. I'm like, he's only 5 months old, so he probably is. And she was like, well, then they better give me my money back.
There it is. Is that her? Yeah. I'm trying to find their message to see if they contacted me, but they haven't. So, oh well. I'm locking up. If they show up now, it's too late because I have a class tonight and I can't start them late, so. Closed for business. All right. Well, I'm going to mute my microphone for just a minute so I can check messages on my phone because it reads them aloud. I've checked all my messages everywhere. I can't find anything from them saying anything that they're running late or not coming or whatever. So I locked the front door. I'm closed. They're half an hour late. I don't want to start them this late anyway. So we're going to do BB. So let's get her in the, well, actually, let me take her out to go potty, and then we'll get her in the tub. Baby, it's bath time, baby. Come on, let's go out. boo boo. Gotta cut that band out of your hair.
All right, little Miss Baby. Little Miss Baby.
I'm actually glad the Samoyed didn't show up because I way underquoted her. And after I did it, I'm like, wait a minute. You know that's going to take longer than that. Why did you quote that price? So I get out of that because I would have been locked into it. You dummy. What are you doing? Sometimes I still have a starving artist attitude. It's like, ooh, cute dog, I want to groom it. Quote a price that you're locked into. Now it'll be, sorry, I'm not accepting any new clients over 30 pounds. Period. She'll say, but I'm not a new client. You were already going to book me. And I'll be like, yeah, but you no-showed. So you're not a regular client. You're a new client, and we're not scheduling you. I know it's mean, but oh well. I had already decided not to do new dogs over 30 pounds, and then she called, and it was like, I lost all good sense. BB's already had her teeth brushed once today, so she's getting a second toothbrushing. Aren't you? There's so many of those membership places around for the baths on dogs like that that she might have found one of them. Because that's a good deal if you got a dog like that. Just pay a monthly membership. You can get them washed as many times as you want. Of course, I had an employee that worked for me for a very short amount of time that was one of the managers of that place, though. She managed a few of their locations. And some of the things that I heard, I'm like, oh, no, 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 no. And I had to let her go within 2 weeks, if that tells you anything. Hi, Beebs. Oh, we got to get a head wrap little enough for an itty bitty poodle.
An itty bitty poodle. All right, peeps. Thanks, my good girl.
Yeah, BB's entered in a veterans class for senior dogs at a dog show. And my goal is best in show because I never shoot for anything less. So she really doesn't have enough hair for that this time, but I'm going to show her again in September. And by then she'll have a full coat. So this is kind of like a practice run. Just for funsies. Like, why not? Huh, BB? Say, why not? She won Best Puppy in Show at this show before she was a year old. And she hasn't been back since. So we'll see if she can win Best Veteran in Show.
girl.
right, so last week I set the lines. Didn't really try real hard on anything but balancing out the lines where I wanted them. And then just pulling it together enough to take her to class. And overall, I was really happy with where the lines ended up placed. And that's why I like to spread out kind of a show groom over a few weeks so I can watch the dog move around and see if I like where everything ended up. And one of the things I really liked was how this all balances, this line here, front to back. This needs to come up just a bit, I think, to be balanced with the front pom-poms. Not too bad though. So, and then I want to sharpen these lines tonight. And I started to add the kidney patch on one side. I'm going to add it on the other because I only have it on one side. So, we're just going to start pulling it all together. It's not that big of a deal, but just doing it in piecework. So last time I just scissored in the lines to set them. I didn't want to use a clipper because I didn't want to have it too deep in case I needed to reset the lines. Stay bee, I'm trying to find my comb. There it is. So now I'm going to carve into these lines a little better since I'm happy with where it's at. Combing all this hair up and all this hair down so I don't cut any of the longer hair. With a 40 blade on my clipper, I'm going to carve straight in. How did we end up with that coming out? We didn't intend for that. Lost too much. Probably when she was tap dancing. You're good at tap dancing, BB. Yeah, I can see where I lost that hair. Bummer. I should be doing this with scissors. I think I will. But it's the judge's side I messed up, not my side. So we'll stick with scissors. Come on. You and your tap dancing. You and your tap dancing, Miss BB. Tippy taps. You do tippy taps, yes you do. And the good thing about piecing together a groom like this over a few weeks is when you get to show day, if you end up behind schedule, if you oversleep or whatever, you know, your dog is done good enough And you can still walk in the show ring, be proud. All right, let's put that kidney patch in. I'm going to use a 5/8 blade. It's real tiny. So for years, I was afraid to do an English saddle. I couldn't find anything that told me exactly where the kidney patch goes. It's like I searched everywhere, like somebody tell me where to put the kidney patch. Of course, yeah, it goes right over the kidneys, but still. I wanted direction. And I couldn't find anything like ever that told me where the kidney patch went, so I just put it where I wanted to put it. I mean, you can kind of see, but it's like, isn't there like a rule or a guide somewhere? But there's not. So basically, it's like a half moon shape. Right in there. What's the purpose? I have no freaking clue. Don't ask me. It's a thing. Basically like so. Kind of a dumb rule, don't you think? Sometimes you wonder how some of these rules get started. And it's like, oh, this famous handler, so-and-so, got a mat in their dog's hair right there, so they shaved it out and they won, so then everybody else started doing it. That's what I kind of imagine in my mind. Or like the Spanish water dogs that get shown matted. It's like, oh, well, this famous breeder always showed their dogs matted, so that's how they're supposed to look. Now let's everybody show them matted. I'm not saying that's how it is. That's just what I imagine in my mind. This way, B. It's like the standard of the breed for the Bichon. I don't know if it still reads this way, but it says that the ears should be well feathered. Well, Bichons are shown with a round head, the ears blended into the head. So it doesn't follow the standard of the breed with the well feathered, right? But obviously somebody showed their dog like that and it won, and then everybody started copying it. That's how fads get started, isn't it? Stay. You know, back in the 50s and 60s, this was the main show trim of the poodle. Over the years, it's switched over to the continental trim. But back in the day, all poodles were shown in this haircut. You hardly ever saw one in a continental. These days, if you show one in this haircut, most judges assume they've got a bad rear and you're covering it up. Which is dumb to me, because I love the haircut, but I never showed her in the AKC show in this haircut, even though I love it, because I didn't want the haircut to hurt her chances. The only reason I'm putting her in this one for this show is I made up my mind 2 weeks ago to show her, and I already had her in a puppy lion trim, which had her too short here to put the rosettes on the bottom, the back end, for the continental trim, or I would have gone ahead and put her in a continental. Just so the haircut doesn't count against her. You know? It's like all these other breeds, judges can feel the dog and tell if they have a good rear or a bad rear. How come you can't do that with a poodle? It's like, have a loss of opso, hair to the floor. You can tell if it has a good structure. But a poodle, you having this haircut and you can't tell? Give me a break. Just give me a break. I think it's a cute haircut. It's a lot cuter than a shaved back end. Isn't that right, baby? Shh. I wish they would let them be shown in the puppy lion trim in this country like they do in other countries. It's so much more of an attractive haircut for a poodle, in my opinion. Good girl. Good baby. Ginger. Not all the way around. How about a half turn? You know, when Bibi was younger, I taught her left from right, and I would teach her to circle left or circle right on command. And I was doing that because I was going to do agility with her. So she needed to know her left from her right. But it was so cute. I have a video somewhere of her practicing it, and she got it wrong. Because I'd say left, and she'd circle left. I'd say right, and she'd circle right. And then I said left, and I'm like, no, that's your right. She's such a fun little dog. She's the ultimate snuggle buddy. She loves, loves, loves to constantly be close to you.
Turn. Turn. Good girl. No. Behave. You're all right. Quit worrying. Good girl. Come here. Good girl. You're very pretty. What's the matter? Hmm? What's the matter, you? Being all moody all of a sudden. What you being all moody about? Stand. She says, 'cause you're fussing over me too much and I don't like it. I just want to go sit on the couch. Don't want to be fussed over. Good girl, turned in. All right, I think that's good enough for today. We'll tighten it up some more next week and just keep picking over her. We've got 2 weeks until show day. So we'll pick over her 2 more times and then she'll be ready to go. Huh? Yes, and you'll be ready to go. Yeah. All right, baby. Can you say bye to all your friends? Sit. Sit. Good girl. Sit. You don't know how to sit anymore? She says, no, you're teaching me to stand because I'm going to be a show dog again. Sit, baby. Sit. Good girl. And say bye. Say bye. All right.
We'll see you next time, guys. Bye.